regional countries, for example, with Saudi Arabia, with Egypt, will continue to establish kind of the bridge for the communication between the different conflicting parties, especially between Israel and Iran, to hope that the peaceful confidence could be inserted into the regional ongoing tension. So that is why I think China's role will be continually important and constructive and active, and also will gain the support and the praise of the regional countries.
Well, how big of a difference will that endeavor make, though?
I think we will make kind of difference, because we cannot expect that any peaceful efforts and peaceful intervention, peaceful mediation will work immediately, because we're talking about some of the hostilities and the rivalries and some kind of the conflict that's already lasted for decades and has already been ongoing to the very high tension that peaked during the past months. So the kind of the distrust, the kind of the hostility, the kind of the rivalry has already lasted for quite a long time and cannot be ended within a very short term. But we're talking about some kind of the peaceful efforts, particularly by China and by other regional countries, and maybe also by the United States and Russia, that could work together to, on the one hand, to establish kind of the communication bridge for the different conflicting parties. That is very important, because with the communication there, that kind of the possibilities for ending rivalries and ending wars will be more likely. And on the other hand, we are also talking about the kind of the mechanism, maybe the sustainable mechanism that could work in the future to melt down the distrust of the different conflicting parties. So that is why it is a very long-term job that should be done. Maybe it cannot be able to bring peace back to the region immediately or within days or within weeks, but that is saying that still very necessarily should be done, and still be important, should be pushed forward by the regional countries and also other actors with peaceful confidence and efforts.
Thank you so much for your insights, Professor Wang Jing from Northwest University in Xi'an, China's Shanxi province. Thank you. Let's get back to Ira Spitzer in San Francisco. Hello, Ira. So you mentioned that overall Washington is looking supportive of the latest round of attacks by Israel. Have you heard any voices against such a move? And what are the major concerns at stake?
Well, again, we haven't had much official reaction yet from the United States, given the recency of this attack, which, of course, has taken place in the middle of the night in Iran. And it's also fairly late on the east coast of the United States. But overall, there certainly are many critics of Washington's stance towards Israel, including some lawmakers, especially in the left wing of the Democratic Party. Those lawmakers have long criticized the Biden administration's support of Israel in its specifically in its war in Gaza, but in general have raised concerns about the level of military aid that Washington provides to Tel Aviv. Another big wild card, of course, with regard to domestic U.S. politics is the fact that there is a presidential election happening in under 2 weeks' time. And so the winner of that election, whether it's Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, that will have a major impact on the U.S. stance towards the Middle East. Exactly what that impact will be, we don't necessarily know. We can anticipate that Kamala Harris would continue the Biden administration's stance towards Tel Aviv, given that she is the vice president, and that's what we've heard from her as she's on the campaign trail. Donald Trump is also a strong supporter of Israel. Some might say a stronger supporter, at least vocally. But he hasn't really offered too many specifics on how his policies in the Middle East might change from the Biden administration. Typically, Trump has simply tried to blame the Biden administration for the events that have happened so far, such as October 7th, or such as Iran's, the fact that Iran has the ability to carry out the kinds of attacks that we saw in Israel earlier this month. But how that policy might change under a possible Trump administration, we don't know that exactly. So a lot of intrigue about that as we look towards the Middle East from the U.S.
Thank you for the update, Ira Spitzer, reporting from San Francisco. Meanwhile, Syria's state news agency SANA reports that Israeli airstrikes targeted some military sites in Syria's central and southern regions this morning. The Syrian Air Defense Forces have intercepted or shot down some missiles launched by Israel. SANA says Israel launched the missiles from the direction of the Golan Heights and the Lebanese territories. Explosions were also reported in the vicinity of Syria's capital, Damascus, earlier in the day. And for more, we are joined by Haidar Khaswini in Damascus, joining us on the line there. And my first question, Israel has reportedly launched airstrikes on Syrian military targets. Are we hearing any reactions from Syrian authorities, though?
Yes, the Syrian army actually did not announce just now that there have been at the same time of the attacks on Iran, there have been attacks on some positions mainly in southern Syria. Actually, the attacks targeted some kind of air defense bases all across southern Syria. Until now, we have information that one radar battalion in southern Syria has been smashed before at the time of the attack. The sounds of the explosions were heard all around Damascus and the southern Syria. For now, there is, it is something like uneasy calm all across Syria. There is nothing more from the Syrian government what they are going to do. We are still assessing the damages of the sites that have been hit recently, and they will then tell what they are going to do about this issue. For Syria, Syria is something important for that attack because tens of thousands of Iranians actually exist in Syria, all across Syria, from southern Syria to Damascus to East Syria and even to the coastal side, to the coastal area of Syria. So there are a lot of presence, so Syria cannot be actually alienated from that attack. The air defenses and intercepted missiles, actually this is what they do all the time. They usually do this. But now they got some kind of hits on those positions. They are still getting information about damages on those sites and the reaction of the Syrian government. Until now, there is nothing, no new direction from the Syrian government for any civil issues. Whether this is going to continue and where is there going to be any retaliation or not. Until now, we are still waiting for the statement from Syrian government. Now it is quiet, but only this statement got from the Syrian military.
Okay, thank you for the update. Haidar Khaswini reporting from Damascus, who is joining us on the line. And that's all we have for now on The World Today. I'm Xiaocheng in Beijing. I'll speak to you soon. Breaking news from Iran. A number of explosions were heard in the capital Tehran in the early hours of Saturday following Israeli strikes. The Israeli military says it was conducting precise strikes against military targets in response to Tehran's attacks on Israel earlier this month. Iranian Fars news agency says several military bases in the west and southwest of Tehran have been targeted. There was no immediate information on damage in Iran. The White House says President Joe Biden has been briefed on the Israeli strikes against the military targets in Iran and is closely following the developments there. An Israeli military spokesperson says the attacks are precise strikes on military targets in Iran.
In response to months of continuous attacks from the regime in Iran against the state of Israel, right now, the Israel Defense Forces is conducting precise strikes on military targets in Iran. The regime in Iran and its proxies in the region have been relentlessly attacking Israel since October 7th on 7 fronts, including direct attacks from Iranian soil. Like every other sovereign country in the world, the state of Israel has the right and the duty to respond. Our defensive and offensive capabilities are fully mobilized. We will do whatever necessary to defend the state of Israel and the people of Israel.
Syria's state news agency Sana reports that Israeli airstrikes targeted some military sites in Syria's central and southern regions this morning. The Syrian Air Defense Forces have intercepted or shot down some missiles launched by Israel. Sana says Israel launched the missiles from the direction of the Golan Heights and the Lebanese territories. Explosions were also reported in the vicinity of Syria's capital, Damascus, earlier in the day. For more, we are joined by Haidar Kazwini in Damascus. Hello, Haidar. So how's the atmosphere on the ground after the strikes?
Until now, we have like 2 bases for air defenses have been hit by the Israeli jets while trying to go to Iran to have their strikes. The Syrian air defenses actually tried to intercept the Israeli jets that violated the Syrian airspace in the area from the southern Syria until the triangle area it's called the triangle area, the area bordering Jordan and Iraq and Syria. It's called the triangle area where there is a U.S. base in that place. Actually, the Syrian defenses tried to intercept the Israeli jet before reaching that place. 2 places, as I said, have been hit on the way, and no Israeli jets was hit. The situation in Syria now is something like calm, uneasy calm actually for the people. People are waiting to see the result. What's going to happen next? There have been some rumors of Israeli kind of reinforcements along the borders with Syria. The Syrian government said that all those things are still under control. A kind of panic actually for the Syrians before this strike, even because they say that Syria cannot be alienated from what's happening in Iran, as thousands of Iranian personnel, as Syria like a route to Lebanon, and it's a supply route for Hezbollah in there. So Syria cannot be alienated. So this is what's causing panic for many Syrians from what's going on right now. The damages, as I said, are 2 battalions, and the casualties are not known yet because they are still assessing what's happening. And the Syrian air defenses have been all placed on heightened alert for any coming retaliation, whether from Iran or from counter retaliation from Israel.
Well, Israel has launched attacks on Iran. Any response from the Syrian authorities regarding this?
The Syrian government didn't issue anything yet because now I think it is still early here. The Syrian state TV said that this is an aggression against Iran, describes this as an aggression against Iran, describes this as a violation of the Syrian sovereignty by breaching the Syrian airspace and go to Iran to a sovereign country. They will mainly condemn this attack as they usually do, but whether they are going to do something on the ground to answer those issues, this is actually remains to be seen.
Well, regarding Israel's reported airstrikes on Syrian military targets, are there any official responses from Syrian authorities?
Actually, yes, there are. This is also a concise statement from the Syrian military speaking about attack of the two bases. They didn't mention the bases where they are. As usual, they do not elaborate on the casualties that they have or the damages that they got from this. They give only concises. But actually, two bases have been hit, and Syria will condemn this attack as usual. Since October 7th, Syria has been hit more than 100 times by Israeli strikes.
Well,
Syria is something like a mediator between those conflicting countries, Lebanon, Iran, Iraq, and Syria. So Syria is in the middle, and it is a mediator. It's something like a supply route. So usually it is hit too many times a year, and this is something like becomes usual. Where the response from the Syrian government is always the same. They will not escalate with this issue as far as for the last escalation in Damascus. But for this time, we don't know if they are going to do anything or not. Until now, there is nothing new on the Syrian media. There is nothing new from the Syrian Foreign Ministry. All the same are concise statements, and maybe there will be condemnation.
Well, Haidar, in neighboring Lebanon, it says more than 500,000 have fled to Syria in the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. How are they coping?
Actually, there are thousands of the Lebanese in Syria. They have been positioned all across Syria, in the coastal areas, in Damascus, in southern, even in some of them went to southern Syria. Actually, those are the most impacted by this, actually, because the places that they are the most risky. For example, the biggest population of Lebanese is located in one of the strongholds of Hezbollah all across Damascus. So they are actually the most panicked because of this. They fear that maybe any retaliation might include them in this or might hit them. For example, in southern Damascus, an area called Sayyidah Zainab has thousands of Lebanese refugees, and it is a stronghold for Hezbollah. And people there really fear that any retaliation from Israel will come to them. Until now, the airstrikes of Israel against Iran have targeted only the military sites across Syria. No civilian area has been hit. So we can say that the Lebanese in Syria are in panic, but they are safe this time. Nothing has hit any of the places that they are positioned in.
Thank you. Haidar Kazwini reporting from Damascus. And we also talked to our correspondent Jonathan Regev in Tel Aviv. Hello, Jonathan. So Iranian media just reported 4 further explosions in eastern Tehran this morning. What can you tell us?
Yes, so as far as the Israeli sources are concerned, we've already seen 2 waves of attacks in Iran. The first one roughly 3 hours ago, and the second one about 30 to 40 minutes ago. Again, these are reports, no confirmation at this time, but as it seems, the first strike targeted anti-aircraft batteries, those that are meant to repel any strikes within Iran, and then the second wave is targeting military installations. This is according to what was said here in Israel. The sites include targets in the cities of Tehran, the Iranian capital, the city of Karaj, and also reportedly in the city of Shiraz, which is further to the south in Iran. These are the reports coming from Israel. As you've heard earlier with the statement from the IDF spokesperson, at this time Israel claiming responsibility, no ambiguity whatsoever. Israel saying this is the Israeli response to that ballistic missile attack which was seen on Israeli soil some 3.5 weeks ago. 2 waves of strikes so far. Is this over? We're not sure yet. There may be more strikes to come. And we also know that Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant was speaking to his American counterpart Lloyd Austin as the attack was happening from the Situation Room where the attack was handled. There was a conversation between Gallant and Lloyd Austin. This is the information coming now. As I mentioned, at least 2 waves as of now of Israeli strikes on Iran. For the moment, as far as we understand, targeting only military installations. There have been apparently understandings between the Israeli government and the Biden administration as to what Israel can and cannot strike. As far as we understand, for the moment, of course, things can change at any time, but for the moment, no nuclear sites were hit and no oil installations were hit. We know that the Biden administration was keen to make sure these installations are not hit in order to prevent a major escalation. We are also hearing that reports that Iranian officials have told Iranian media that Iran reserves the right to act against Israel in a response. Will it happen soon? Will it happen at a later date? Of course, many questions are open, but these are the initial details coming out of this attack now, an attack which began roughly some 3 hours ago.
Well, Jonathan, do we have any idea the scope of Israel's attack on Iran?
According to Israeli sources, it is quite big. We're speaking of many targets hit within Iran, but again, only military installations, according to reports which have not been confirmed in Israel at this time, but these are reports coming, saying that Israel is targeting mostly sites containing ballistic missiles. The ballistic missiles, the Iranian ballistic missiles, are what worries Israel at this time, because Iran has quite a larger quantity of them. And we saw earlier this month, on October 1st, Iran firing some 180 ballistic missiles into Israel, and it was enough to send the entire country to the shelters for more than an hour. Israel wants to try and lower the number of ballistic missiles in the hands of Iran as much as possible. This, according to reports, is the main target of these Israeli strikes. Again, according to Israeli sources, the scope of the attack, as you asked, is quite big. We're speaking of attacks in at least 3 different locations in Iran, in the capital Tehran, in the cities of Karaj and Shiraz as well. These are the initial reports. In Iran, so far, apart from that reaction saying that Iran reserves to respond, not a lot of information coming out yet. We should wait for the next coming hours to try and understand more how much damage there was throughout Iran.
Well, tell us more about the targets in Iran.
So again, as mentioned, mostly military installations. I think that if it was up to Israel, and if Israel could decide everything by itself, I think that Israel would have perhaps opted for something bigger, maybe the Iranian oil installations, which would trigger a very big economic damage for Iran. But Israel, of course, is not on its own for an attack on Iran so far away from Israel's borders. We're speaking some 800 miles or so east of Israel, and not only that, also crossing enemy territory. As it seems, Israel would have to fly, Israeli jets would have to fly possibly over Iraq or other areas. In order for a successful attack, Israel needs American assistance. If Israel needs American assistance, Israel also needs to take the American interests into consideration. That is why I think the Iranian oil installations were not hit. We're speaking of military installations. 2 things worry Israel at the moment, at least for the short term. We're speaking of the ballistic missiles, and we're speaking of the UAVs and the drones. Both of them have been able to reach Israel and inflict damage. I think these are the main targets which Israel is looking for. At the moment, it seems that Israel was first targeting the Iranian anti-aircraft batteries to provide as much freedom in Iranian skies as possible. The second wave, as it seems, targeting those installations which we mentioned.
Well, Jonathan, there are also reports of several loud explosions in the city of Karaj, nearby Tehran. What is Israel's goal there?
I think the goal is to try and minimize the Iranian capabilities to strike back. I think there is an understanding that Iran will probably not let this pass by quietly. Iran will want to respond. What would be the best way to respond? Through another major barrage of ballistic missiles. And if Israel minimizes the number of operational ballistic missiles in the hands of the Iranians, then their capability to strike back would be smaller than perhaps Iran would want. I think these would be the main goals of the Israeli strikes. We'd have to wait a bit later on to hear first confirmation from Israel as to what was attacked, and second, more information coming from Iran as to how much damage there was there, apart from the few videos that we've been seeing from Iran. Still no clear information coming from the Islamic Republic as to what was it and how much damage was inflicted.
Are there any reports of casualties or damage so far?
Not so much. The Iranians are keeping quiet at this time. Whether it is because it is unclear at this time, or because the Iranians are perhaps trying to hide exactly what is happening. No information, no concrete information at this time out of Iran as to how much damage there is, how many casualties there is. It's still an early hour in the morning in Iran. It's not even 6 a.m. in Iran at this time. So therefore, not a lot of information coming up. Once things get clearer in Iran, we might get a clearer picture. How much the Iranians would want to portray the real image is also a question. Will they want to show the real damage done in Iran, as Israel would of course like to show, or would they like to minimize the image, is also a question that has to be asked.
Well, Iranian authorities have repeatedly warned Israel against launching an attack, saying that any strike on Iran would be met with a stronger retaliation. Is Israel prepared for any retaliatory measures from Iran?
Absolutely, and I can tell you, for example, that this shelter right here behind me is open. This shelter was closed for most of the past week. Now this shelter is open, meaning Israeli authorities are perhaps preparing for the possibility that there might be a reaction which would once again send the entire country to the shelters, as we saw in that previous attack by Iran, which came on October 1st. There is an understanding, I think, in Israel that a retaliation from Iran might come. On the other hand, after that major attack coming from Iran on October 1st, it was clear that Israel would have to react one way or another. This is not an attack that Israel could just let by without a reaction. I think there's an understanding that an Iranian response might come. Will it be an immediate one? Is it going to happen today? Is it going to be very quick? Will the Iranians take the time as they did in the previous time? Of course, many questions at the moment, no answers. But as for the question, yes, I think there's a clear understanding in Israel that an Iranian response might come.
Okay, thank you for the update. Jonathan Regev reporting from Tel Aviv. And for Washington's reaction to Israel's strikes against Iran, let's go to Edis Tiansan in Los Angeles. Hello, Edis. So any report in the U.S. on how long the Israeli strikes could last?
Well, there's no official reaction just yet. Mind you, it is just 20 past 10 p.m. Local time in Washington, D.C. at the Capitol. But we do understand, of course, Washington has been briefed on what's going on. We don't know exactly to what extent, but we are hearing from certain reports on local national media saying that certain officials who commented on the condition of anonymity, they said that these attacks could essentially continue for several more hours. Of course, it is hard to predict. We don't know the exact nature of these sensitive plans, but according to the local media here, certain officials who've been briefed on Israel's military planning, they do say that this may not necessarily be a very short controlled attack, but rather one that could take several hours.
Well, there are reports saying the U.S. was notified ahead of Israel's strikes. What can you tell us about this?
So this is, again, on condition of anonymity. We're hearing from U.S. officials who spoke to local media saying that the Biden administration officials, they were informed in advance of the strikes, but they declined to comment on how much warning was provided, because in certain previous moves, like the assaults in Lebanon that in recent weeks, took the life of Hezbollah's longtime leader, Hassan Nasrallah. We do know that that attack, for example, wasn't given with enough warning to the U.S. officials. We are not sure regarding this latest retaliation on Iran, whether Israeli officials gave enough warning to the U.S. officials, and we don't know how much of this attack they've informed. What we do know is that this anonymous official said the target list contains military assets, particularly missile manufacturing facilities and aerial defense sites. So far, it seems that all of these attacks are aimed at military infrastructures.
Well, Edis, what is the U.S. government's attitude towards Israel's strikes against Iran?
Look, so far, since this war in Gaza began more than a year ago, the unchanging U.S. attitude has always been, hopes to prevent essentially a wider escalation that could lead into a regional war. That was the position in Gaza to begin with, when the U.S. efforts repeatedly calling for a ceasefire did not lead to a positive outcome. Essentially, the U.S. officials failed to deliver on that front. They have not put on their leverage on Israel, or they chose not to, or were not able to, we don't know. But when Israel's war extended into Lebanon, this is the same position we kept hearing from U.S. officials. Essentially, while preserving Israel's right to defend itself and providing, full support on the diplomatic front, we do know that several administration officials are constantly expressing their opinions, whether on record or anonymously, asking Israel to implement more caution, again, with the objective of, not leading to a wider escalation. Right. And now the assumption, many experts here will say that the position is the same with Israel. They have repeatedly said that Israel does have the right to defend itself. Right. But again, they do want to make sure that it doesn't lead to a wider war in the region.
Okay, thank you for the update. Edis Tiansan reporting from Los Angeles. And for more insights, we are joined by James M. Dorsey. He is an adjunct senior fellow at the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies at Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. Hello, Professor. So how do you view this round of Israeli attacks on Iran and Syria?
I think we have more questions than we have answers. What we know is that this seems to have been limited to military targets, and particularly ballistic missiles. Keep in mind that ballistic missiles is really the mainstay of Iranian defense. They don't have an air force of any repute, nor do they have a navy of any repute as a result of the sanctions. But all the questions that would determine whether or not this will lead to an escalation, we don't have answers for, in terms of what the targets were, what the effectiveness of the attacks were, whether there was casualties. Two things do stand out. One is it seems to have been attacks by drones or unmanned aerial vehicles. If that is the case, it's possible that these had to be launched from elsewhere, not from Israel, because of the range of those aircraft. And that raises questions whether or not other parties were involved in this, regional parties. Most of the Gulf states certainly have indicated that they do not want to be part of any escalation between Iran and Israel, as have countries like Turkey. And the second question that it raises is, or the second issue that we seem to see, is that the Iranians are trying to downplay this as part of an effort not to have this spin out of control.
Well, Mr. Dorsey, Iranian media reports on air defense operation that is underway in the center of the capital, Tehran. What's your take on this?
Well, the impression, as your correspondent in Israel suggested, was that the first wave of attacks was aimed at air defense. We saw live pictures from Tehran on the second wave, and there was significant air defense systems being operated by the Iranians. So we don't know how effective those attacks were. We also don't know whether this second wave is the end of the Israeli response, or, a retaliation for the Iranian missile barrage on October 1 against Tel Aviv, or whether this is all preparation for a third or even maybe fourth phase.
Well, how do you view the conflicts in the Middle East moving forward?
I think we're on the edge of a very dangerous situation. The Iran and Israel could decide to keep this escalation or this exchange of hostilities contained. My first impression is that that is what they are trying to do. But of course, these kind of things have lives of their own and could spin out of control, and you could find yourself into a full-fledged Middle East war.
Right. So what reactions can we expect from regional countries like Iraq and Turkey? And how do you view the prospects for ceasefire talks at this point?
I think what's clear is that none of the regional countries want to be involved. Not Turkey, not Iraq. You've seen the Iranian foreign minister tour the region to try and ensure that the regional countries, particularly the Gulf, would remain on the sidelines of this. You saw an unprecedented joint naval exercise between Saudi Arabia and Iran in the Gulf of Oman very recently. Clearly, that was designed to try and enhance confidence between arch rivals. So at this point, I think if you get an expansion of the war, it's going to be an expansion by default, not by design.
Okay. Thank you for your comments and analysis. James M. Dorsey, Adjunct Senior Fellow at the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies at Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. And that's going to do it. We begin with breaking news from Iran. A number of explosions were heard in the capital Tehran in the early hours of Saturday following Israeli strikes. The Israeli military says it was conducting precise strikes against military targets in response to Tehran's attack on Israel earlier this month. Iranian Fars news agency says several military bases in the west and southwest of Tehran have been targeted. There was no immediate information on damage in Iran. The White House says President Joe Biden has been briefed on the Israeli strikes against military targets in Iran and is closely following developments. An Israeli military spokesperson says the attacks are precise strikes on military targets in Iran.
In response to months of continuous attacks from the regime in Iran against the state of Israel, right now, the Israel Defense Forces is conducting precise strikes on military targets in Iran. The regime in Iran and its proxies in the region have been relentlessly attacking Israel since October 7th on 7 fronts, including direct attacks from Iranian soil. Like every other sovereign country in the world, the state of Israel has the right and the duty to respond. Our defensive and offensive capabilities are fully mobilized. We will do whatever necessary to defend the state of Israel and the people of Israel.
Syria's state news agency Sana reports that Israeli airstrikes targeted some military sites in Syria's central and southern regions this morning. The Syrian Air Defense Forces have intercepted or shot down some missiles launched by Israel. Sana says Israel launched the missiles from the direction of the Golan Heights and the Lebanese territories. Explosions were also reported in the vicinity of Syria's capital, Damascus, earlier in the day. Flight tracker Flight Radar 24 says airlines have largely avoided Iranian airspace after Israel's attacks on Iran this morning. Iraq's state news agency INA reports the country's transport ministry has also suspended flights across all airports until further notice. Recent conflicts in the Middle East have prompted airlines to frequently change routes as they reassess the safety of the airspace in the region. For the very latest, let's bring in our correspondent Jonathan Regev in Tel Aviv. Hello, Jonathan. So Iranian media reported at least 2 waves of strikes over more than 2 hours in the capital and nearby military bases. What are the focuses of Israel's strikes?
Yes, so maybe to answer that question, I can read the statement that the IDF has been put out just now in the last minute. And it says, based on intelligence, the Israeli Air Force aircrafts struck military manufacturing facilities used to produce the missiles that Iran fired at the state of Israel over the last year. These missiles posted a direct and immediate threat to the citizens of the state of Israel. Simultaneously, the IDF struck surface-to-air missile arrays and additional Iranian aerial capabilities that were intended to restrict Israel's aerial freedom and operation in Iran. This is the statement put out by the IDF just in the last hour. The statement also states that all of the Israeli Air Force jets which participated in the strike returned to their bases safely. The attack began roughly 4 hours ago. There were reportedly two waves of attacks. The first one, as it seemed, according to reports, targeted the Iranian Air Force, the Iranian air defense capabilities, and then the second wave targeted all those installations which were now stated in this latest statement. The attack lasted somewhere along 3 hours, more or less, in 2 different waves. According to the reports, the targets included sites in three different locations around the Iranian capital Tehran, and in the city of Karaj, which is not far from Tehran, and the city of Shiraz, which is further south in Iran. As you mentioned, there were no flights in Iran during this time. The Iranian airspace was practically shut down. No civilian air transport. No flights coming in and around Iran. The attack, as mentioned, lasting roughly 3 hours, and according to Israeli sources, has now ended. The attack is now over, as it seems. Very big question now is how much damage was inflicted in Iran, what kind of response, if any, will come from Iran towards Israel. What is clear is that quite a large Israeli attack in Iran took place, and that attack is now over.
Well, Jonathan, Benjamin Netanyahu's office says the Prime Minister and other top officials were assessing the security situation. What more can you tell us?
Yes, and that security situation is first and foremost to see what was hit in Iran, but second, and perhaps even more important, what kind of response can now come from Iran towards Israel. The Iranians said loud and clear, if Israel acts, we will respond. And not only that, as the attack was happening, Iranian sources told news outlets in Iran and in Lebanon that Iran reserves the right to respond. What kind of response will it be? Will it be an immediate response? Will the Iranians take the time as they did in previous cases? That, of course, is a very big question, one that has to be asked, and Israel is preparing for such possibilities. Understanding that some kind of an Iranian response will come. The United States recently provided Israel with a tactical missile defense system, the THAAD, the Tactical High Altitude Air Defense, which complements the Israeli system, the Arrow 2 and Arrow 3, which are meant to intercept long-range threats. So these are two missile defense systems which are now located in Israel. And I think that if the Americans deploy such a system here, it is with the understanding that some kind of response from Iran will eventually come.
Well, Iran's Tasnim news agency cites sources saying that Iran is prepared to respond to any Israeli aggression. Is Israel ready for retaliatory measures from Tehran?
Yes, Israel is preparing, as mentioned. It is not only the Arrow 2 and Arrow 3 systems, the Israeli systems, which are the ones which successfully thwarted the previous attacks by Iran, the one in April and the one just a few weeks ago. Now there's a complementary American system which is meant to assist with that. At least for now, for the moment, there are no changes in the directives of the Israeli Home Front Command, but that, of course, may change. Of course, the attack happened just a few hours ago. This is breaking news. As the morning will come both here in Israel and in Iran, it will not be surprising at all to see the directives of the Home Front Command changing, understanding that some kind of a retaliation from Iran may come. At least for the moment, it's 6 a.m. in the morning here in Israel. For now, it has not happened, but I think there's a clear understanding that a response from Iran may come. It may lead to changes in the directives of the Home Front Command. For now, it has not happened, but I think there's a clear understanding that some kind of response from Iran can and will eventually come.
Jonathan, do we have more ideas or information regarding the scope of Israel's attack on Iran?
We do know that the attack, according to Israeli sources, included 20 different sites in Iran, mostly military installations. I think if it were only up to Israel, Israel would perhaps look at a bigger scope, maybe also targeting Iranian oil installations, Iranian economic assets. But due to the fact that Israel has to be coordinated with the United States for an attack of this kind, Israel eventually chose to perhaps carry out an attack maybe somewhat smaller than what it would have wanted if it would have acted completely on its own, independently. So the scope of the attack speaks of roughly 20 different installations, mostly military installations as far as we understand. No oil facilities and no nuclear sites within Iran.
Okay, thank you for the update. Jonathan Regev reporting from Tel Aviv. And for more, we are joined by Wang Jing, Director of the Center for Israel Studies at Northwest University in Xi'an. He's joining us on the line. Hello, Professor. So in a previous discussion with us, you predicted Israel could launch revenge attacks on Iran within weeks. How do you view the timing of the attack?
I think the timing is very particular, as we also mentioned, that given that on the one hand, United States election is coming, and Israel has already promised that their revenge attacks against Iran's target will be finished before United States election started. So that is why I think they chose a very particular time. And on the other hand, we know that Iran's missile attacks against Israel erupted at the very beginning of this October, October the 1st. So that is why Israel has to finish their revenge attacks against Iran's targets within this month to show that Israel is very assertive and very strong stances against Iran. And meanwhile, we cannot forget, if we look at or review what has happened during the past several months, that Israel always or prefer to launching military strikes against the very so-called hostile targets in this region on the weekend. Especially, we know that from the sunset of the Friday to the sunset of Saturday will be the day of Shabbat every week. So that is for Israel, it will be very particular. They always launch the military strike at a very particular time of the week. So that is why I think this time also that Israel's attacks against Iran targets erupted at a very particular time to show Israel very strong and assertive stances against Iran and to show their military and capabilities in this region.
Well, Professor, reports say the Israeli forces have launched attacks on Iran's military positions and power infrastructure. Why these targets?
Because you know that before several weeks ago that Israel promised that they will attack directly the nuclear facilities and energy facilities inside Iran to show that Israel will destroy the various capabilities of both military and economic capabilities of Iran. But the problem is once Israel launched the strikes over against such strikes, I mean the nuclear and the energy facilities, it will fire the anger of Iranians, and also it will further fire the tension in this region. So that is why with United States very strong, for example, suggestions, and also with a very careful evaluation of the regional possible escalation in the future, I think Israel downplayed their role, and meanwhile Israel chose another kind of the manners to show their dissatisfaction and anger through this new wave of attacks. So that is why Israel's attack right now focuses upon Iran's military targets. For example, the anti-air missile systems inside Iran, and also the military, for example, the drone and the missile, the workshops and the drone and the missile factories inside Iran. So that is why I think on the one hand, they can show that Israel has the capability to revenge, and on the other hand, it is less likely that these attacks will directly provoke the anger and escalate the tension.
Well, Professor, how do you view the conflicts in the Middle East moving forward?
I think the conflict in the future will be determined by two factors. On the one hand, how Iran will evaluate the tension, because if I just reviewed the news inside Israel, for example, the Ynet and the Israeli Hayom, the Hebrew news inside Israel, that according to this description, that these attacks launched by Israel against Iran targets actually heavily damage Iran's capabilities and damage Iran's military power. But from the perspective of Iran, the news reports that they believe these attacks are not so serious and not very directly and strongly influence Iran's military power and the military capabilities. So that is why I think it will determine in the future by how Iran will be, how Iran's evaluation of these attacks. If Iran seriously say, okay, this Israel attacks are very strong and also cause the big losses of Iran will of course revenge very strongly. So the future possibilities of tension escalation will be right. But if Iran say that, okay, they will not immediately react and the evaluation is not so strong, I don't think Iran will launch new waves and the next wave of attacks against Israel. So the tension will be gradually pacified. So that would be determined by Iran's evaluation. And also, on the other hand, the regional and the international community will do something to pacify the tension, will get and peace efforts will be intervened. So I think that's why a lot of uncertainties remains, but I think we should be positive about the future tension in this region.
Well, Israeli airstrikes have also reportedly targeted military sites in Syria's central and southern parts this morning. How do you view the simultaneous attacks on Iran and Syria?
I think this Israel's attacks against the targets inside Syria, inside Lebanon, are simultaneously with the attacks against the targets inside Iran are both strategic as well as the tactics. Because from the tactics perspective, if we look at if we read the news inside Israel, they say that they sent just dozens of Israeli air jets and fighters to cross the neighboring countries and then attack the Iranian targets. So that is why they have to fly over the neighboring countries, for example, the Lebanon and Syria. So inside these countries, there were some kind of radar systems of Iran. There were some anti-air missile system of Iran. So that is why they have to launch the attacks against the targets inside these countries. And they also, on the other hand, that we know that during the Israel attacks against the targets inside Iran, Israel also launched the targets in the southern Beirut of Lebanon, because from the Israeli perspective, that their focus and their centering point in the future is still be focused upon the attacking against the targets of Hezbollah and other military powers in the southern Lebanon to keep the safety and absolutely stability of Israel's northern border area. So that is why I think it shows a very strategic point that Israel will still focus upon how to maintain their own safety rather than provoking the further tension with Iran.
Well, Professor, what reactions can we expect from regional countries like Iraq and Turkey? And how do you view the prospects for ceasefire talks at this point?
I think the regional countries will, of course, call for the restrained and rational and a call for peace rather than provoke the tension, because from the regional countries' perspective, for example, the Gulf states, they don't want war, because if the war directly erupted between Iran and Israel, that they will be caught in the middle. So this will be dangerous for them. So nobody wants war in this region. And also, if we read the stances and the rhetoric from the United States also does not want the tension to be further escalated. So this might become the good news. But the problem is that there was still some distrust. There are still uncertainties, because we know that there were no direct communication channel between Israel and Iran, so the misunderstandings and the miscalculations could emerge in the future between the two sides. And also, Iran has its allies, and these allies also have their own freedom to act. But from the perspective of Israel, that they believe the Hezbollah and the Yemen Houthi, the Hashd al-Sha'abi in Iraq, they have the close ties with Iran. They are following the orders of Iran directly. So there will be some factors of misunderstanding, miscalculation, and which would further lead to total disasters in this region.
Well, Professor Wang, Washington's attitude is very interesting. It seems to be very supportive of what Israel, all the actions from Israel, but it doesn't want an escalation of a situation in the Middle East either. So going forward, do you see any changes in terms of attitude from Washington?
I don't think there will be any changes in Washington, because Washington is kind of in a dilemma. On the one hand, as you mentioned, they have to support 100% of so-called Israeli national security. So that is why no matter how Israeli do and what Israeli will do in the future, they will 100% for sure offering 100% support that needed by Israel to on the one hand continue their military activities in this region, and also on the other hand to protect the possible threats of the regional countries, particularly by Iran. But on the other hand, the United States does not want to go directly into the war, because if the war erupted directly between Israel and Iran, the United States has to get into the war to help Israel. That does not go in accordance with the United States' own national interests. So that is why I think the United States, we can feel that very strong dilemma of United States regional policy. That is, on the one hand, to meet the demands of Israel, but on the other hand, does not want the tension to be further escalated.
Well, Professor, my last question is China's role in all of this, because it's been playing a positive and constructive role in the Middle East, but this time we are seeing this risk of further escalation of situation in the area, in the region. How can China play a positive role here, and how big of a difference can China make actually?
I think China's role is consistent, and that is to keep the very active and constructive role in this region. China actually can do and has already done a lot to pacify the tension, because on the one hand, China has enjoyed a very positive image in this region by the regional countries, because they believe that China does not have the history of humiliating and colonizing these countries and this region. So that's why China's role is very positive. And also, on the other hand, China, altogether with the regional countries, hope to establish a kind of the communication mechanism, have pacifying the tension in this region, which also further gains the support and praise of the regional countries. So that is why I think China's role is very active and very constructively important and peaceful. But when we are talking about the differences, I think we should talk about the differences that not within days or within the weeks, but we're talking about the differences that could erupt within years or maybe within decades. Because we have to know that the hostilities and hatred and distrust in the Middle East are the result of the decades and maybe centuries of the conflicts and wars. So it is very difficult or impossible to end all these kind of the rivalries within the very short term. But again, China hopes to, on the one hand, together with the international community, and also on the other hand, together with the regional countries, to have to do something to pacify the tension and to end the long-term rivalry, to establish a kind of more positive and more peaceful structure in this region.
Thank you for your analysis, Wang Jing, Director of the Center for Israel Studies at Northwest University in Xi'an. And for more updates, we go live to Mohsen Zabadi in Tehran. Hello there. So the Iranian Transport Ministry has just suspended flights across all airports until further notice. Have you heard more from the government?
Hello. Today, early morning, when I woke up this morning and read some news about the Israel attack on Iran from the social media, then suddenly I decided to go to the roof of my building, because I'm living in east of Tehran, close to some military mountain. I went to the roof, and suddenly I heard many explosions, about 4 or 5 explosions from there. Then I decided to move to filming by my phone. Then when I filming, so I saw that some, I don't know what's that, but it seems that missile attack, Tehran defense missile attack to something, and some explosion on the air. And I saw that, and I'm moving. That's it.
Well, Mohsen, there are videos showing the explosions and drone interceptions on social media. How are local people and media organizations reacting to the attacks?
There are lots of news about that, and people talk about this kind of attack. But in the morning when I go to the street and come to my office, nobody was worried, and I didn't see anything that people was worried. Everything was good. Everything was normal.
Well, we know that so far the targets are, primarily military targets, attacked by Israel. But are there any evacuation plans in place for local people?
No, nobody was there, and I don't know anything about the military service attack.
Okay, so there's no evacuation orders for civilians like yourself?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What have you heard regarding the casualties that are reported?
Sorry?
Have you heard anything regarding the
Sorry,
casualties and, how many people were killed or other, wounded people? Have you heard anything regarding that?
No, nothing about that. No, I didn't heard about this.
And how do you feel right now in the middle of this?
I think it's maybe Iran will answer with a response this attack. They will respond today, and I heard the news that Iran closed the airports right now.
Do you think people have already expected? I mean, people in Iran have expected this to come?
No, I think they're living their life every day, and they go to daily life and do everything. Not very important for people.
Okay. Do stay safe there, Mohsen Zabadi in Tehran.
capital, Tehran. The Israeli military says it was conducting precise strikes against military targets, and that was in response to Tehran's attacks on Israel earlier this month. Iranian Fars news agency says several military bases in the west and southwest of Tehran were targeted. There was no immediate information on damage in Iran. The White House says President Joe Biden has been briefed on the Israeli strikes and is closely following developments.
For more, we go live to Mohsen Zabeti in Tehran. Mohsen, thank you very much for joining us. Where were you when the strikes happened? Oh, well, I'm afraid we've lost that line with Mohsen Zabeti. However, we did talk to him a little bit earlier on as well, and he's currently in Tehran. Of course, he was affected by Israel's attacks. He says that residents currently appear to be calm.
Early morning, when I woke up this morning and read some news about the Israel attack in Iran from the social media, then suddenly I decided to go to the roof of my building, because I'm living in east of Tehran, close to some military mountain. I went to the roof, and suddenly I heard many explosions, about 4 or 5 explosions from there. Then I decided to move to filming by my phone. Then when I filming, so I saw that some, I don't know what's that, but it seems that missile attack, Tehran defense missile attack to something, and some explosion on the air. There are lots of news about that, and people talk about this kind of attack. But in the morning when I go to the street and come to my office, nobody was worried, and I didn't see anything that people was worried. Everything was good. Everything was normal.
Now we've got our correspondent Jonathan Regev standing by for us in Tel Aviv. Jonathan, so 3 waves of Israeli strikes on Iran. Israel now says this operation is over. What can you tell us about the strikes there?
So as it seems, Israel chose to strike at military installations, not oil facilities, not nuclear sites. This probably in accordance with what was demanded by the United States. And just in the past hour or so, the IDF spokesperson issued another statement, a second English language statement following the events of the night. Let's listen to what Rear Admiral Daniel Agari had to say.
I can now confirm that we have concluded the Israeli response to Iran's attack against Israel. We conducted targeted and precise strikes on military targets in Iran, thwarting immediate threats to the state of Israel. The Israel Defense Forces has fulfilled its mission. If the regime in Iran were to make the mistake of beginning a new round of escalation, we will be obligated to respond.
So basically what is being said there is that Israel attacked, completed its attack, and now it's up to Iran to decide what's next. If this tit for tat is over, then it's over. Rear Admiral Daniel Agari saying loud and clear, if Iran reacts to this attack, then Israel will react as well. Same notion, by the way, coming from the United States, the American administration saying that it believes that now, after Iran hit Israel twice and Israel responded, this can stop. Does this mean that it will stop, that Iran will not react? Of course, no one really knows. What we do know is, and also according to what was said by Rear Admiral Daniel Agari, military installations were the ones being hit, especially manufacturing centers for ground-to-ground missiles. Those ballistic missiles which were fired to Israel twice in two different occasions, one in April and one at the beginning of this month. Also, in the Hebrew statement put out by Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari, he said that Israel now enjoys much more freedom of flights in Iran, meaning that the Iranian air defense systems were also targeted. This instance is now over. What will be the next stage? How will Iran react? That is basically the biggest question which is now being asked.
Jonathan, in that clip that you just played out from the Rear Admiral, he was saying that Israel's conducted a strike against Iran's missile manufacturing facilities. Tell us a little bit more about what they believe these facilities to be.
Israel is especially looking for Iran's ballistic missiles. Let's remember it was some 3.5 weeks ago on October 1st when Iran fired some 180 ballistic missiles from Iran towards Israel. And this is exactly what Israel is looking for, trying to target these ballistic missiles, the manufacturing centers, to make sure that if Iran decides to react, then there will be a lesser possibility for Iran, that the amount of ballistic missiles that it has and that it can produce will not be as big as Iran would want, and therefore their ability to strike at Israel will not be as big as they want. I think that if it was only up to Israel, then perhaps the attack would look somewhat different, maybe even targeting Iranian oil facilities. But Israel is not independent. Israel relies on the United States, and if the Americans are setting their demands, meaning they're telling Israel not to hit oil facilities, concerned very much of a spike in prices just ahead of the U.S. elections, then Israel, of course, has to comply with that. That is why I think Israel chose to go along with military facilities and not with oil facilities. The aim is, of course, to try and, I'm not going to say prevent, because Israel, I don't think, has the ability to prevent, to destroy the entire Iranian production centers for ground-to-ground missiles, but clearly Israel has the ability to create a lot of damage and therefore lesser the Iranian ability to strike back.
And Jonathan, we also heard in that Israeli statement there that a warning to Iran to not escalate the situation, or else Israel will be obligated to respond. So what kind of a situation are we looking at now?
So, of course, if the big question now is if and how will Iran will react. Another thing that was said in the statement, at least the Hebrew statement, is that for the moment, as of now, and we're speaking at 7 a.m. local time on a weekend, on Saturday, there's no change in the directives of the Home Front Command, meaning that at least for the short term, Israel does not believe that an Iranian retaliation will come. But that, of course, can change at any time. The Rear Admiral in his Hebrew statement also told the Israeli citizens that any time that the army will understand there's a change in situation, the citizens will be updated immediately. Because, of course, Israel does not really know if and how Iran will react, and that is, of course, the big question. We're standing just outside a shelter. Right behind me there is a public shelter in a school. This shelter was mostly shut throughout the past few months, but now it is open, as well as many other public shelters throughout the country, meaning Israel understands that some kind of a reaction can come. It might come, and also in a very short time. It may happen. And therefore, that Iranian response, which may or may not come, will determine how things will continue from here. It is said that American sources said that the Israeli response towards Iran is one that created major damage in Iran on one hand, but on the other is one that will not oblige Iran to go on a major strike in Israel in return. The Americans clearly want this tit for tat between Jerusalem and Tehran to end. Will it really end? Will Iran not react? No one really knows. At least for the moment, as I said, there's no change in the directives for the Israeli citizens, but it may change at any time.
Jonathan, do we have any indications? Do we have any indications of reports of damage or casualties yet?
There was a report in Iran saying that there were minor damages. In the first few hours of the attack, there's no acknowledgement at all from Iran that there were any damages. And then at a later stage, about an hour ago, the Iranians saying that yes, there was an attack, also adding that the Iranian air defense forces were able to thwart most of the attacks, but that some minor damage was inflicted. No word of casualties. These are the words coming out of Iran. Is it really the situation? Are the Iranians trying to portray an image that is better for them than the one that really is happening on the ground? That is not so clear. According to Israeli sources, the attack was very successful. The Iranians are trying to portray a different image, and that is also a game that is being played here, the game of rhetoric, which rhetoric is the one that will be portrayed to the global community. At least here in Israel, the reports are coming out of the army that the attack was very successful.
Jonathan, thank you so much. Our correspondent in Tel Aviv, Jonathan Regev.
Well, for more, we're joined by Haidar Kazouini in Damascus. Haidar, how's the atmosphere on the ground there after the strikes?
Actually, Syria now is seen as a country that performed the first defense line against Iran and the first warning maybe system against the airstrikes carried out by the Israelis. The recent developments in Syria that we have radar systems destroyed by the Israeli jets in 2 different bases across southern Syria. The air defenses also were here in middle Syria and in the coastal cities. The recent development also coming from East Syria that the Iranian troops have ordered all their militants to evacuate their headquarters across that area, which is actually adjacent or located near the U.S. Army bases there. There has been a wide aerial attacks by the United States in February this year that caused major losses to the Iranians there. Concerns now are high about another potential aerial attack on their troops in that area. There are around, in Syria, there are around like 700 Iranian bases. The vulnerability of strikes from Israel or the U.S. at any moment is still too high in that area, which is not covered by any air defenses. In southern Syria, the sound of Israeli jets can be heard still along the border with Golan Heights. Syrian air defenses have not detected any breaches in the Syrian airspace after the attacks on Iran, but the air defenses still remain on high alert. Following the announcement that the Israeli strikes on Iran have ended, there is a sense of relief among the Syrians and the Lebanese refugees in Syria. After hours and tension and uncertainty, there is a temporary state of calm. They believe that all the things have ended right now and the risk is lifted a little bit. So far, there have been no new statement issued by the Syrian government. Currently, Syrian state media is focused on news from Iran and highlighting what they describe as the ineffective hits on Iran. Because Iran has a ally to Syria, they actually should post about this, about what happened there. They believe that they are speaking that Iranians have succeeded in maybe foiling those attacks, and this is actually indicates that Iran is a strong country, and so Syria is allied with a strong country in the region.
Now, Haidar, these simultaneous strikes by Iran on Syria are somewhat unexpected. You said no official reaction from the authorities. What about locals? What are people saying?
Actually, the locals are really concerned about what's happening. The Syrians feel really panicked about any extension of this war into Syria. They said that their army has been really weakened in the years of domestic wars 13 years of domestic wars have weakened the Syrian army, destroyed many of the air defenses. So they don't have the power actually to fight against the Israelis in any coming war. Adding to that, that the Syrians really care more about their bread and butter. Actually, their economy situation is really bad. They believe that engaging in a war or escalation in Syria that might cause more harm to their economy will affect their daily life, which is really bad. For now, they actually they hope that this all is ending now with this strike. But actually, the big question still is there whether this is going to end or whether there's going to be another round of escalation between Iran and Israel that will affect Syria. Syria cannot be excluded from any escalation between Iran and Israel. Syria is a country that the Israelis might use to strike Iran. Syria is a country that has thousands of Iranian troops on its soil, and it cannot be actually excluded from any escalation. In addition to that, Syria is the only route to support the Hezbollah, which is the armed group supported by Iran. So they're one of the main routes for arming Hezbollah and sending supplies to Lebanon is through Syria. So Syria is really at stake now. Syrians are really panicked about this issue. They want something like relieving news that maybe everything is ending now with maybe satisfactory results for both Iran and Israel, so they are safe.
Haida, there's a civilian population issue here. Lebanon itself has been under attack from Israel, and they've already said that more than 500,000 people have fled from Lebanon to Syria during this conflict in order to get away from the situation between Israel and Hezbollah. Well, of course, those 500,000 people have now moved away from one conflict and straight into a second conflict zone. So how are they coping?
Actually, those are the most vulnerable people, we can say. The people who came from Lebanon escaping the war there. They are the most vulnerable. They feel that their places where they are located in Syria are still a possible spots to be hit by the Israelis. You know, the Lebanese here in general, they are located in places that are described as Hezbollah strongholds. Something like in southern Damascus, in Mazda area, for example, in Damascus, western Damascus, this place is seen as a place, as a stronghold for Hezbollah. It's a home for many security branches for Syria and many branches for Hezbollah. There have been, of course, in this week, many assassinations by the Israelis against targets for Hezbollah, for the Iranians, and actually many civilians from the Lebanese were killed on those strikes. So actually the Lebanese civilians here feel that they are vulnerable. They feel that they are moving from one hotspot to another hotspot. Now with many border crossings between Syria and Lebanon have been closed by the Israeli strikes on the route to them. We have even more tensions situation for them. And I mean, even if they want to go back, the situation is really bad. If they want to come to Syria, the situation has become really more difficult for them. The economy is something pressing on them, and security. The security is another issue that is really pressing on them. They don't know what will happen. Now there is a place that the biggest population of Lebanese is located in, which is in southern Syria. This place actually is full of Iranian and Hezbollah headquarters. And the people there, especially the Lebanese, they expect that Israelis might decide at any time to attack those places. Actually, it's a densely populated area. So any large-scale attacks from the Israelis against that area will inflict large casualties in the civilians, the Lebanese and the Syrians. This is one of the main concerns of them. The Lebanese now are trying maybe to deploy themselves everywhere, I mean, across Syria, to make it even unnoticed in some places. But actually, this is not easy process because they need to be supported by the local government. And if they want to be supported, they have to be actually populated in specific places. This kind of deployment for the Lebanese refugees in Syria in specific places is making the risk for them even higher.
Haidar, thank you so much. Haidar Kazwini in Damascus.
Well, of course, the United States has been a staunch ally of Israel over the course of this period of conflict, providing it with billions of dollars in military aid. A little earlier on, we spoke to our reporter, Ira Spitzer, about the U.S.'s stance on Israel's strikes inside Iran.
The big challenge for Washington, and a point that Biden administration officials have stressed repeatedly over the past month, at least since that attack by Iran on Israel with more than 180 missiles fired into the country. The big challenge that the Biden administration has urged the Israelis to look at is to calibrate the response to not potentially further escalate the situation. And specifically, they've asked them not to target nuclear facilities or oil facilities. And based on what we're hearing preliminarily from this strike, it does appear from the Israeli side that they have targeted military facilities. But certainly Washington watching the situation very closely. We're also hearing reports that the president and vice president have been briefed on the situation. Well, Washington certainly has been supportive since October 7th of what it calls Israel's right to self-defense, and had indicated that it expected Israel to retaliate to those Iranian strikes that we saw at the beginning of this month. So in that sense, Washington is likely supportive of the latest attacks, if indeed they were only targeted at military installations. And we've seen the U.S., for example, earlier this month provide Israel with an even more advanced air defense system, as well as some personnel to help operate those systems. So the U.S. has been helping Israel fortify its air defenses, and the U.S. is obviously a big supporter of the Israeli state militarily and in terms of weaponry. So this is we'll see what Washington has to say about this latest action by the Israeli military in Iran.
Now, to give us some more insights on the situation, we're joined by Einar Tangen, Senior Fellow at the Taihe Institute and Chairman of Asian Narratives, and also on Skype, James M. Dorsey, an Adjunct Senior Fellow at Singapore's S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies. Welcome to Global Washington, and thank you both for joining us.
Well, I think, Einar, if I can start off with you. Israel's announced its wave of precise strikes a little earlier on military targets in Iran. It's over now, but the reports say that Israel's hit power infrastructure. Why do you think they've picked these targets?
Well, I don't think they actually have. All the news coming in is indicating that they concentrated on military installations in two types. One, the ballistic missiles that you were talking about earlier, but also they wanted to make sure that they had free flyover. So they said that they were hitting air-to-air missile defenses. On the Iranian side, they were testing out their A-135, their version of the Iron Dome. And we don't know what the reality is, but of course both sides are claiming that they got exactly what they wanted.
All right, we'll come back to our guests very shortly, but first we're joined by our reporter in Iran, Mahdi Abbasian, who's with RT News Agency and currently in Tehran. Thank you so much for joining us, Mahdi. So Iran's military, we understand, just posted on social media that its air defense units have targeted several projectiles that were aimed at military installations in southern and southwestern and western Tehran. Can you tell us more about that?
Well, yes, dear. First of all, the Iranian army published a statement following the Israeli attack on different centers in Iran. Minutes ago, the Iranian army published a statement saying that despite the stern warnings Tehran had leveled against Israel to stop thinking about attacking Iran, the Israeli regime launched an attack on different military centers inside Iran in 3 provinces, the provinces of Elam, Khuzestan, and the capital, Tehran. Since a couple of hours after the midnight, there were explosions heard first in western Tehran, after that in east of Tehran, and then central Tehran. There were videos of explosions and the interception of projectiles in Tehran's sky that circulated in social media. The army said that it had intercepted these projectiles successfully. However, there was a limited damage to some positions in Iran, and the extent of the damage and the dimensions of the attack are still being investigated. Now, after a couple of hours of explosions being heard in Tehran's sky, the attack finally ended, and the Iranian army said that it failed to cause significant damage to positions inside Iran.
Mahdi, there are always civilian impacts from these kinds of things. The Iranian Transport Ministry has announced, for instance, that it's suspended all flights across all airports until further notice. Do we have any more information on that from the government, or indeed any of the other spillover effects coming through?
Well, in this regard, following the start of the attack, the Iranian Aviation Organization published a statement saying that all flights on all routes have been cancelled until further notice, and said that the, let's say, travelers have to be, the passengers actually, they have to be more patient. They have to be patient and wait for further announcements until it's safe to resume the let's say, the flights. Now, it seems that this was in reaction to the Israeli attack and the concern about the, aerial attacks that were being conducted on Iran. And it was a sort of, let's say, a normal reaction by the Iranian Aviation Organization to prevent any, let's say, harm to civilians in case of, an attack by Israel.
And how have the public and media been reacting to the attacks? Iran must have been preparing for this.
Well, when we talk about the Iranians' reaction, okay, so last night there was this, let's say, operation being conducted, and there were explosions being heard in the capital, and there were lots of posts circulating on social media, people filming the explosions in the air. However, in the morning, you can see people on the streets of Tehran, people going to work, students going to schools, as nothing has happened. And what you see is that everything is normal, and people are continuing their lives, and the attack actually failed to disrupt the lives of the Iranian people. So this could be a testament to the fact that the Israeli strike was not that much, let's say, big, and it failed to harm, or let's better to say, to damage important infrastructure inside Iran.
Mahdi, you've said that there's been very little impact on the lives of Iranians, but are there any casualties reported yet?
Well, as I said, the Iranian army statement as the official response and reaction to this operation by Israel said that the extent and the dimensions of this attack are being investigated. It said that there was limited damage, but did not clearly outline what was the damage, which military centers were damaged, and if there were any casualties or not. So clearly we have to wait for the official sources and the statements published by the Iranian army to make sure what has happened and how serious this Israeli strike has been. This is while the Israeli media claim that this was a large attack. Around 100 fighter jets and drones were used in this operation. However, from what we see on the ground in the capital, Tehran, that there were damages on the streets or let's say, important places. So all we can do, I think, to wait and see what the officials reveal about the extent of the damage.
Well, Mahdi, thank you so much. Appreciate the updates. Mahdi Abbasian with RT News joining us from Tehran. Well, let's get back to our guests now. We've got Einar Tangen here in the studio and also James Dorsey, who's joining us on Skype. Mr. Dorsey, so we're hearing there limited reports of the damage inflicted in Iran, but we do know that Israel avoided the nuclear facilities and oil fields. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think it's very clear that the United States was willing to go along with a strike against Iran, but it wanted it to be limited. An attack on the nuclear facilities would have, without question, escalated this conflict significantly, possibly provoking Iran into striking against nuclear facilities in Israel. An attack on oil facilities would have basically struck at the economic lifeline of Iran, and also potentially had a significant effect on the world economy, something the United States would not have wanted to see. So a strike against military targets made perfect sense. Keep in mind, ballistic missiles are the backbone of the Iranian defense system. They don't have an air force of any repute, and they don't have a navy of any repute. And Israel and Iran do not share land borders. So ballistic missiles is really what the Iranians have, together with their non-state allies.
Einar, thank you for staying with us throughout the course of this breaking news event. I've got to bring in here the timing of the Israeli attacks on Iran and Syria and the attack's impact on international mediation efforts. Now, we've got two angles here. The first is the timing relative to those mediation efforts, but the second is the timing relative to the US elections over in America.
Yeah, there are national geopolitical parts to this. On the U.S. side, this will be seen by some, and maybe Donald Trump, as an October surprise. People tend to vote for the incumbent government if they sense there's an emergency, a national emergency. And in terms of the peace process, very difficult to see this going forward anytime soon. However, this was what I would deem a de-escalation attack. They could have, as said, attacked nuclear, energy, sensitive things, even attacked areas of civilian populations. They didn't do that. Both sides are claiming that they have been successful, one defense, the other one an offense. There will have to be some sort of token response by Iran just to satisfy the public that they won't take anything from Israel. But hopefully it is de-escalating. So in the medium to long term, maybe this is a beginning. But however, these are direct attacks. You've been mentioning that it was a response to the Iranian ballistic missile attacks, but the fact is there were assets, decapitation assets taken out, Quds General a while back in Tehran itself. Imagine if a military took out high-value targets in Washington, D.C., or a general who was visiting a third country. These are very serious things that Israel is doing. They warrant some sort of attack, but Iran is not in a position to wage war against the United States, even if it could against Israel. The unspoken truth is the fact that Israel has probably over 200 nuclear weapons, and that makes an added dimension to this. If they feel completely pressured, you don't know what's going to happen.
Mr. Dorsey, Einar's describing this as a de-escalation attack. Is this how you would see it too?
In principle, yes. I mean, again, it's now in the ball is in the Iranian court. The ball was until this morning in the Israeli court. The Israelis have seemingly, and again, we're still trying to put together a full picture, seemingly have been restrained in their response, certainly in comparison to what their capabilities are. The question now is whether Iran feels the need to respond, and if it does, how it responds. You go back to April, where you had a situation where the tit for tat essentially was de-escalatory. It's clear Iran does not want a full-fledged war with Israel, probably can't afford it. And the Israelis are being restrained to some degree in their response, in part by the United States.
So I know, sticking with the White House angle on this a little bit, the White House has said that Vice President Kamala Harris has been briefed on the Israeli strikes in Iran. What is the U.S. role in the developing situation from here?
Well, you know, Austin has come out quite strongly and said he's prepared to defend Israel, and that not only U.S. troops there, but also Israel's interests, right to defense, etc. This is clearly aimed at trying to discourage Iran from having an aggressive response to this. But I think, in general, they do not want a direct war with Iran. They're having enough problems with the proxy forces that are out there in the various countries. You were talking about Lebanon and Syria, but there's also Iraq. So when you start adding this all together, there is some desire to look for an off-ramp at this point. Things are spiraling out of control. Obviously, things like this are going to drive Iran closer to Russia and other non-aligned states that don't like the United States. And this is not good for the U.S. to have a hardened group of countries that are opposed to it.
Mr. Dorsey, I want to ask you about the attacks also on Syria. Now, I'd say the attacks on Iran were a long time coming since Iran launched that barrage of attacks on Israel. But on Syria, too, now, were you expecting those attacks?
It's not particularly surprising. First of all, the Israelis have been targeting Iranian and Hezbollah targets in Syria for years, including in the past year repeatedly. On top of that, they're probably exploiting a situation in which Syria, President Bashar al-Assad, has made fairly clear that he does not want to be drawn into the current Middle East conflicts. He's distanced himself to some degree from Hezbollah. Hezbollah's in some ways indicated its irritation with the Syrians. And he's basically, ultimately, he's trying to improve his relations with the Gulf states. And to some degree, to the degree that he can, perhaps, is willing to downgrade his relations with Iran in favor of the Gulf states. The problem is, of course, that he hasn't produced the kind of results for the Gulf that the Gulf would like to see.
I'm going to direct one last question, if I can, to Einar here. Einar, with this latest escalation, what trajectory do you see for the situation in the Middle East right now? I mean, you've already mentioned there's an issue going on in Lebanon, we've got an issue going on in Gaza, we've got an issue going on now in Syria, between Israel and Iran. Let's not forget Yemen as well. So where does the entire Middle East go from here?
Well, it's a complete mess. I mean, there was never any kind of end game involved in any of this. It was put forward as a right to defense, but quite frankly, every country and every person has a right to defend themselves. So, you know, with the tragedies and senseless deaths that are happening in Gaza and now in Lebanon, this does not have a good trajectory at this point. It'll be left to after the elections to decide which direction things are going to turn. But, you know, this is the uncertainty factor that is destroying trust and making it very difficult for the world to enjoy any kind of path towards peace.
Well, I want to say thank you very much to our guests. They've very kindly given us a lot of their time today. Einar Tangen, who's Senior Fellow at the Tehran Institute and Chairman of Asian Narratives. And also, of course, we were joined by James N. Dorsey, who's an Adjunct Senior Fellow at Singapore's S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies. Gentlemen, thank you both very much.
A flight tracker Flight Radar 24 is saying that airlines have largely avoided Iranian airspace after Israel's attacks on Iran this morning. Iraq's state news agency INA reports the country's transport ministry has also suspended flights across all airports until further notice. The conflicts in the Middle East have prompted airlines to frequently change routes as they reassess the safety of the airspace in the region.
Well, meanwhile, Gaza's health authorities have accused Israeli forces of storming the last functioning hospital in the territory's north, killing 2 children in the raid. The Israeli military said its forces were operating around Kamal Adwan Hospital in the Jabalia refugee camp. The incident has sparked fresh concerns about the conflict's civilian toll. While Rami Al-Magari reports from Gaza.
Since yesterday, Israeli army operations and actions across the Gaza Strip has been intensified in different parts of Gaza. And central Gaza Strip, there were major strikes at a school and a sports club. Now overnight in Khan Yunis, two homes, along with 2 mosques, have been pounded to the ground. And also in the Jabalia refugee camp, where Israel's operations continue unabated over there, there was a talk about more than 100 people killed in a neighborhood in Jabalia refugee camp when Israeli warplanes hit an entire neighborhood over there, including 13 families, different families in the Jabalia refugee camp, with hundreds of people being reportedly having been detained by the Israeli forces, as the situation for the medical situation in the northern Gaza Strip is getting difficult, with calls by the hospital staffs, especially the Kamal Adwan Hospital in northern Jabalia refugee camp, is very restricted. Life they are facing a life-threatening situation, and health ministry says that a number of children have died because of the lack of fuel and medical supplies for the Kamal Adwan Hospital, which had earlier called on the international community to help intervene and bring them the needed supplies and fuel to run their hospital. And by the way, the oxygen department was reportedly hit by an Israeli shell or Israeli bombardment over there.
بيضغط المي، مدورين السخن على الطاقة، بيضغط المي، بدها تنفس، بفتح لها من هون النيرفز عرفت؟ هذيك امبارح عم بتفلت جبناها للمرأة، اجت جابت السنجرة ساوى المي اللي كانت طايفة بالأرض. هلا ليه كده؟ عم قاعد عم بسمع صوت.
says it has completed its attacks against military targets in Iran. Earlier this morning, explosions were heard in the capital, Tehran. The Israeli military says its strikes were in response to Tehran's attacks on Israel earlier this month. Iran's Fars news agency says several military bases west and southwest of Tehran were targeted. And Tasnim news agency says Iran's air defenses successfully countered the Israeli attack with limited damage. Iran resumed normal flights more than an hour ago, and the White House says President Joe Biden has been briefed on the Israeli strikes. And joining us with the latest is our correspondent, Ado Al-Makroui, live from Cairo. Well, Ado, how have other countries in the region reacted to these strikes?
Well, like the previous Israeli strikes that had targeted several parts in Iran and including the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, the former chief of the Palestinian armed resistance group Hamas, rejections have been the case this time. Officially, Saudi Arabia has just released a statement criticizing the attacks on Iran, a country that used to be one of the major foes for Saudi Arabia in the region, but recently there has been rapprochement thanks to a deal brokered by China. And Saudi Arabia, like the previous attack on Iran, has renewed its concern, rejection first on the attacks on Iran, also its concern that these attacks can drag the region into a wider conflict which can reach an unstoppable point. So Saudi Arabia called for restraint, it called for calm, and it has also called for cessation of intrusion into other countries and breaching their sovereignty. That comes with the region. Previously, with the previous attacks, it's still early morning here, but we've seen rejections from countries all across the Middle East, including Gulf countries like Qatar.
Well, Ado, Egypt has been trying to revive Gaza ceasefire negotiations between Israel and Palestine. How has Egyptian authorities responded to these latest Israeli strikes against Iran?
So Egypt, in terms of for specific about this latest attack took place hours ago, Egypt has not yet responded in an official statement. But just a few days ago, the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi paid Cairo a visit, which was the first visit by an Iranian foreign minister in over a decade. This comes as both countries in recent months have been exchanging visits. First, Egypt began by sending its foreign minister to the memorial service for President Raisi during his plane crash. Also, Egyptian foreign minister went during the inauguration of President Pezeshkian, and we've seen that. So there is a coordination happening as both countries are extremely concerned with the war that is taking place in Gaza and has been spreading into Lebanon, and seeing players like the Houthis in Yemen, Iraq, and also now Iran involved, besides, of course, Hezbollah and Lebanon, all involved. So the crisis in the Middle East is getting wider, and it's a major concern for Egypt, which has a peace treaty and a peace agreement with Israel, but also is an adjacent, has a direct border, not just with Israel, but also with Gaza, and has been quite alarmed by these escalations. Egypt has previously criticized the attacks on Iran by Israel and has expected to be renewing these concerns. In the early morning, we had a statement by the Egyptian Foreign Ministry saying that Egyptian Foreign Minister talked to the U.S. Secretary of State. They did not mention any specifics about Iran, but the continuation and coordination about these regional developments goes with all key concerned parties. Egypt wants to achieve peace. It wants to broker a ceasefire in Gaza, and just this week, renewed attempts by the Egyptian authorities, along with the Qataris, have begun hoping to restart the ceasefire talks, which have been suspended for quite some time.
Ado, thanks so much for that update from Cairo. Ado Al-Makroui for us there. While Syria's state news agency Sana'a reports that Israeli airstrikes targeted some military sites in Syria's central and southern regions this morning, the Syrian Air Defense Forces have intercepted or shot down some missiles launched by Israel. Sana'a says Israel launched missiles from the direction of the Golan Heights and the Lebanese territories. Explosions were also reported in the vicinity of Syria's capital, Damascus, earlier in the day. And now let me also bring in RT reporter Mahdi Abbasan, who's standing by for us from Tehran. Thanks for joining us. Now, Iran says the Israeli strikes caused limited damage. Help us understand what that means and what is the exact scale of destruction.
Well, it was 2 a.m. today, local time, when several explosions were heard in the sky of Tehran. The explosions were initially heard from the western part of the capital, and then there were other explosions in the east of Tehran and the central Tehran. Now, Iran's army announced that these explosions were related to the activity of, let's say, air defense systems that were engaged with the Israeli projectiles that were launched towards Iran from outside the borders. The point is that after around 4 hours of attacks, finally the IDF announced the end of the strike. Soon after, Iran's army published a statement stating that the attack was, despite Iran's warnings to Israel to avoid making such a move and to attack Iran, the army statement said that the Israeli regime tried to target military locations inside Iran in 3 provinces of Ilam, Khuzestan, and the capital, Tehran. However, the army statement said that the Israeli attack caused limited damage and added that the Iranian army and officials are evaluating and investigating the magnitude of the damage and the attacks. Now, the reaction to this Israeli attack, it's like a couple of hours after the attacks finished. However, everything is normal in Tehran. Next to me is a park that in the morning people went to exercise, as usually they do. Or you can see people, the long lines of cars that are people who are driving to their workplaces on the first day of the work week in Iran. Also, children went to schools and there were no disruptions in the daily life of people. Also, there were no reports of, let's say, significant damages or any damages to critical infrastructure such as nuclear infrastructure, power plants, or other strategic infrastructure. Now, the other thing is that there were no, calls for evacuation or such a thing. There was only, a cancellation of flights for a couple of hours until the, let's say, the Israeli attack ended by 9 a.m. local time. The Iranian Aviation Organization announced that everything is now back to normal and that flights can resume, and there is no problem for travelers and passengers to take their trips to locations out of Iran. Now, the whole world is now watching Iran to see what Tehran's response will be. The point is, Iranian officials, since October 1st massive missile attack on Israel, have time and again said that in case Israel dares to attack Iran, they will give a very strong response to the regime, and they will punish the regime and the states that assist Israel in launching an attack against Iran by allowing the regime to use their airspace. However, it seems that Israel has once again showed its negligence, and it has conducted this strike, and now it should wait for Iran and the resistance front's wrath. Now, all in all, to wrap it up, we can see that some regional countries have even condemned the Israeli attack, countries such as Oman, Malaysia, and Saudi Arabia. Riyadh stated that this act by Israel is a violation of Iran's sovereignty, and it's a blatant violation of the international law. So, all in all, everything is back, to normal in Iran. People are continuing their daily lives, and there is nothing, major. It seems like nothing major has happened. And right now, we are waiting for the initial reactions by senior Iranian officials, other than the Army statements. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mahdi Abbasian from RT. Appreciate that update. Let's now talk to Associated Press reporter Sam McNeil live from Jerusalem. Thanks for joining us, Sam. Now, Israel says its airstrikes on Iran have given it greater aerial freedom to strike again. What does Israel mean by this?
It's hard to know for sure, but we can tell from the military statement overnight in announcing this attack of more than 100 planes as well as a missile barrage, that they also struck defense installations, air defense installations in Iraq and Syria. So perhaps they're signaling that they feel like they have cleared the way, limited the capacity for Iran and its allies to knock out Israel's air power. Israel enjoys an overwhelming military superiority over most countries in the region, but it had never done something like this before, and indeed nothing had happened like this in Iran since the Iran-Iraq War in the 80s. So it also might be signaling that Israel feels that they can do this, they can do it again if they need to, that it could be just as simple as that.
And this round of tit-for-tat strikes began in April when Iran says Israel struck Iran's embassy in Syria, and today Israel struck Iran. But the U.S. is now urging Iran to stop its attacks on Israel to break the cycle of retaliation. What are you learning about this?
Yes, it does seem like the onus now is on Iran, who, as you just had with the correspondent before me, seems to be signaling that this might not need to escalate further, that the attack was limited. Israel has said for a long time that it needed to respond to this, and we had been waiting. We don't yet know the full extent of the damage, so it's still unclear about what Iranian leaders might be pushed domestically, politically, or even regionally by allies that are in this fight with them now to respond. And the Americans are signaling, and have been for a long time, that they want to keep a lid on this. They do not want this perhaps to affect the U.S. presidential election. And indeed, before this attack, Israel had said they were going to hit Iran, and Iran had said there are some red lines: no oil infrastructure, no nuclear program, and no civilian sites should be struck. And that seems, so far from what we know, to have been followed by Israel. We're still not clear about that, but there was intense pressure from around the world diplomatically for Israel in particular to not strike Iranian oil facilities and disrupt the global flow of energy, and perhaps to stabilize markets worldwide. For example, China imports 90% of the oil that's energy that's produced in Iran. So the Americans have their reasons, many other people have their reasons to be putting the pressure now on Iran to not respond, and perhaps this attack was calibrated in such a way to provide an off-ramp for these parties, but that is far from certain. These are long-time foes that have conducted many different types of campaigns against each other for a very long time, and it remains to be seen if Iran, as well as its allies all across the region, from Lebanon to Yemen, in Iraq and Syria, respond in kind. So we're still waiting, we still don't know, but it does seem like the pressure from Washington right now is, and the pressure all around the world is on Iran to not respond in kind to this attack.
Sam McNeil was the Associated Press for us from Jerusalem. Thanks so much, Sam.